Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Berjaya Times Square Hotel, Kuala Lumpur. Before we begin, we would like to present a short briefing about our hotel safety and our emergency procedures. In the case of an emergency alarm, please remain calm and do not panic. There are two types of emergency alarms you may hear. The first alarm will be an intermittent alarm sound with no announcement. Before we begin, we would like to present a short briefing about our hotel safety and our emergency procedures. In the case of an emergency alarm, please remain calm and do not panic. There are two types of emergency alarms you may hear. The first alarm will be an intermittent alarm sound with no announcement. Kuala Lumpur. Before we begin, we would like to present a short briefing about our hotel safety and our emergency procedures. In the case of an emergency alarm, please remain calm and do not panic. There are two types of emergency alarms you may hear. The first alarm will be an intermittent alarm sound with no announcement. Before we begin, we would like to present a short briefing about our hotel safety and our emergency procedures. In the case of an emergency alarm, please remain calm and do not panic. There are two types of emergency alarms you may hear. The first alarm will be an intermittent alarm sound with no announcement. Please remain vigilant as our safety officers investigate the cause. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Bajai Times Square Hotel, Kuala Lumpur. Before we begin, we would like to present a short briefing about our hotel safety and our emergency procedures. In the case of an emergency alarm, please remain calm and do not panic. There are two types of emergency alarms you may hear. The first alarm will be an intermittent alarm sound with no announcement.
5 minutes to first announcement. 5 minutes. Tapi dia on. But the serious question is who's going to do marathon demo? Check. Mic 1, 2, 3, 4.
We would like to present a short briefing about our hotel safety and our emergency procedures. In the case of an emergency alarm, please remain calm and do not panic. There are two types of emergency alarms you may hear. The first alarm will be an intermittent alarm sound with no announcement. Please remain vigilant as our safety officers investigate the cause. The second alarm will be a continuous alarm sound followed by a public announcement calling for the evacuation of the building. In this case, guests are required to immediately evacuate, leaving all personal belongings behind. Our floor warden will be outside this room to lead you to the nearest emergency exit. We have a total of 22 emergency exits at this hotel. Please take a moment to locate your closest exit.
Good morning, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Malaysian Armed Forces International Symposium 2026. On behalf of the organizers, we are delighted to have you joining us today. Before we begin, allow us to present an overview of today's program.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we will begin with our first keynote address with the title of From National Commitment to Defense Implementation, which will be followed by our second keynote address with the title of Malaysia's Perspective on Women, Peace and Security, or WPS, which highlights the nation's approach and commitment towards advancing the WPS agenda.
Following the morning keynote sessions, we will adjourn for a tea break while we prepare for the opening ceremony, which will commence at 10:45 a.m. Upon the arrival announcement of our guest of honor, the Chief of Staff of the Malaysian Armed Forces Headquarters, we kindly request all guests to rise.
And after the opening ceremony, we will proceed with our third keynote address titled WPS as Readiness, a capability multiplier, not an add-on, which will explore the integration of WPS as an essential element of operational readiness. We will then break for lunch and also an opportunity for networking, providing the participants the platform to connect and exchange views.
The afternoon program will resume with a session on WPS Foundation for Defense featuring 3 distinguished speakers. This will be followed by plenary session 1, evolving command practice in today's operating environment. We will then adjourn for a tea break. Our program will then continue with plenary session 2, Beyond Representation, Women as Strategic Human Capital in the Malaysian Future Force.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the program is expected to conclude today at approximately 17:30 hours. And we expect that today's session will be both enriching and impactful, and we thank you for your kind participation. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session, or the first keynote address session, will commence at 0825. So we therefore invite all the participants to come into the ballroom and take your seats as we are about to begin shortly. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin shortly. Our first keynote address will begin at 0825. We therefore kindly invite all participants to come into the ballroom and find your seats, get settled down, and we are about to begin shortly. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, while we await for the first keynote address, please kindly use your smartphones or any devices that you have with you right now and scan the QR code that is on the screens. You will be able to access today's e-booklet for the 2-day seminar, Symposium. Ladies and gentlemen, please kindly use your smartphones to scan the QR code on the screen for you to access the e-booklet for the 2-day symposium, the Malaysian Armed Forces International Symposium 2026 here in Berjaya Times Square Hotel, Kuala Lumpur. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is now our distinct honor to introduce our first session for this symposium, a keynote entitled From National Commitment to Defense Implementation. To lead this insightful discussion, please join us in welcoming Colonel Dr. Hajah A. Riza Datuk Muhammad Yusa, a family medicine specialist of Tuanku Mizan Armed Forces Hospital, who will be moderating this session. Please welcome our moderator.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to introduce our first keynote speaker for this session, the Honorable Datuk Muhammad Amir Harun. He is currently the Undersecretary of Policy and Strategic Planning Division at the Ministry of Defence Malaysia, where he leads defence policy, strategic planning and defence diplomacy efforts. With over 22 years of experience in government service, he has held key positions across multiple ministries, including the Prime Minister Office, where he served as Director of Policy and Research, contributing to high-level policy development and national strategic initiatives. He also brings extensive experience in public policy, leadership, and strategic governance, alongside board-level involvement in organizations such as Prima, Finance, Mara Corporation, and Yayasan Bank Rakyat. Dato' Amir holds a master's degree in economics from University Kebangsaan Malaysia, a bachelor degree in accounting and financial management from the University of Sheffield, and is currently pursuing a doctorate in business administration. Today, he will be delivering his keynote on From National Commitment to Defence Implementation, focusing on women, peace and security agenda and its strategic relevance to defence. Without further ado, please join me in welcoming the Honourable Datuk Muhammad Amir Harun.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum, salam sejahtera, and a very good morning. Brigadier General Dr. Norma, General Bergen, I see Dr. Allen. Thank you, Dr. Riza, distinguished guests, senior military leaders, representatives from partner nations, esteemed panelists, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to first of all extend my sincere appreciation to the organizers of this symposium, the Malaysian Armed Forces Women Development Committee and Kingston Leadership Center for convening this important forum. I'm honored to speak on a subject that is increasingly central to modern defense institutions, and that is how national commitment on women, peace and security must be translated into practical defense implementation. Now, allow me to begin with a simple observation from the field. In many peace operations, there are communities that male soldiers cannot reach, and not because of capability, but because of trust. And in those environments, it is often women, peacekeepers, who gain access, gather critical information, and prevent escalation before it happens. This is not theoretical advantage. This is an operational reality. So the question is, if this capability already exists, are we fully utilizing it? To answer this, let me briefly situate where WPS comes from. As we know, the Women, Peace and Security Agenda originates from UNSC 1325. It recognized that women are not only affected by conflict, but are also actors in prevention, peace building, and recovery. over time has evolved. WPS is not about being fair, it is about being effective. So the question is again, no longer whether WPS matters. The question is how we operationalize it. Now, against this backdrop, Malaysia's journey on WPS has been progressive. From global commitment to regional alignment to national policy and now defense implementation. Taken together, this reflects a coherent trajectory. Now, from my own experience, I have seen how quickly intent can be lost when it is not translated into systems and practice. Malaysia has also made visible commitments internationally. Within Malbat Unifield, women currently comprise 10.5% of personnel. And at the same time, for the first time, the Defense White Paper Midterm Review, recently launched last year, sets a target for the first time of 15% participation from the current level of approximately 9%. Now, this is not simply a manpower target. It is about capability. So let us be clear, having policy direction is one thing, implementation is another. If we already recognize the value of WPS, why does implementation still remain uneven? This brings us to the next key point. If we accept that WPS is important, then the real question is this: what happens to military effectiveness if we do not implement it properly? The gap is thus not in commitment. The gap is in execution. From a defense perspective, this can be understood in three ways. First, operational effectiveness. Success today depends not only on capability, but on trust, access, and understanding of the human terrain. In counter-terrorism context, women are both victims and in some cases targets of recruitment or influence by extremist networks. In our engagement strategies, do not adequately reach women, we risk missing early warning signs, recruitment patterns, and shifts in local dynamics. Now, in such situations, women personnel can play a crucial role. In my current role, co-chairing the ADMM Experts Working Group on Counter-Terrorism together with India, this is an area that continues to be emphasized. This is not, again, a theoretical advantage. It directly affects threat detection, prevention, and response. So let us be clear, this is not only about who is present, it is about how effectively we understand the environment. Second, decision superiority. More inclusive institutions make better decisions because they are less blind. Homogeneity simplifies thinking. Security environments do not. So we must ask ourselves, are we making decisions with full visibility or partial understanding? In today's security environment, legitimacy is a form of power. WPS strengthens how we operate and how we are perceived. At this stage, it is useful to step back briefly and consider how others have approached this challenge. Different countries have approached WPS in different ways, but with a common outcome, and that is integration. There is no single model, but there is a consistent direction, integration, and not isolation. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the most important question. So what does this mean for Malaysia? This can be understood through 3 steps. First, positioning. Where does WPS create the most operational value for Malaysia? So, let us be clear. Clarity of intent must be followed by clarity of structure. Second, institutionalization. Who is responsible? What standards are expected? How do we measure progress? This brings us to the next key point, where intent and structure must translate into action. And the third point is operationalization. WPS must be visible in how our missions are conducted. When these 3 elements align, we move from commitment to capability. Ultimately, let us be clear, the question is not whether WPS is relevant. The question is whether we are prepared to act on it. Ladies and gentlemen, WPS is not about adding something new to defense. It is about strengthening what defense is meant to achieve. In defense, commitment that is not implemented is not capability. The next phase of WPS will not be defined by what we say. It will be defined by what we implement. If we do this well, WPS will not be seen as an agenda. It will be recognized as an advantage. The future of defense will not belong to those who have more, but to those who make better use of what they have. Thank you. Sekian. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, Alhamdulillah, Datuk. Short and sharp. Thank you, Datuk, for that insightful and forward-looking keynote presentation. Your perspective on translating national commitment into practical defense capability, particularly in advancing the women, peace and security agenda, have provided us with valuable strategic direction. Okay, now I would like to open the floor for any questions. Okay, I will start the ball running, Datuk. Okay, what are the main barriers within the Malaysian Armed Forces that could limit achieving the 15% women participation target, and how can they be realistically be addressed?
Thank you, Doctor. This reminds me of a saying. It's a Malay, but if translated into English, if you want something, you'll put 1,000 efforts. If you don't want it, you'll put 1,000 excuses. So I probably can list down a whole lot of barriers for it not to happen. But if anything, the real and possibly only barrier is the mental barrier. You know, if we choose to close our minds, remain oblivious of what's happening around the world, then that change can never happen. We must prepare boarding personnel with higher promotions as a token celebration of success. We must move away from that. We must start thinking in terms of capability and how we can galvanize every bit of our strength, both from men and women, to achieve a better mission outcome. So I think the real barrier is only the mental barrier. Okay? We need to start, open up our minds, look at the possibilities, and operationalize what we can achieve. Thank you.
Any from the floor? Okay, Datuk, one more from me. Is increasing women participation alone sufficient to achieve the intended outcome of WPS, or are deeper institutional reforms required?
Certainly, it's not the end goal to get to 15% as one measure of success, but it's a good start. From 9 to 15%, we've got a long way to catch up. Again, breaking mental barriers to start trusting women in traditional areas, of course, peacekeeping, header, military medicine, counterterrorism, but more than that, I think with the right systems design and implementation, I think 15% is just a start, and we can achieve much more than that, and not let's fix that as a single goal or outcome, but that's a process instead for us to reach it. Thank you, Dr.
Okay. We still have ample of time. We have 11 minutes. Any question from the floor? Yes, please.
Morning, sir. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning. My name is Commander Shannon Lewis Simpson from Canada. I appreciated your speech very much. I have little left to say when I have to speak. You have said everything. The one thing that you haven't mentioned, which I think is important to implement everything, is performance measurement. How do you measure your indicators, your key performance indicators and your outcomes that you wish to do in Malaysia? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Simpson. I think, first of all, the participation is ultra important, to get the people on board first, both in terms of numbers of women, intake, and career progression, but also on working together with the men in uniform to have a common understanding, bridging that gap about what is the right performance measurement before it can get measured. So deciding on what gets measured is important, as we know what doesn't get measured doesn't get done. So I think there's a whole lot of process in between that needs to be getting done. And ultimately, it's about, again, breaking mental barriers, getting that understanding, sitting on the same table, working out together what's fair, what's important to be measured, and how we measure it. It's not fair to give a list of areas, key areas to measure. It might be depending on circumstances and country, but I think to get our only two genders in the same table is important, because I still feel, having been 1 year in MINDEF Malaysia, I still feel there are many reservations even among our men in ranks who have yet to come to full understanding on what WPS is all about. Simplest form, many still think it's about rewarding promotion, so which is not. So I think bridging that gap is ultra important, to sit down together and collectively decide what needs to be measured before we decide how it is going to be measured. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum, Datuk. I'm Dr. Zeti from the Malaysian Armed Forces Health Services. I love your very short and sweet presentation, especially the part when you say that it's not about what we say, instead it's about what we implement. So in your opinion, which implementation is crucial for beginners like us?
For beginners?
For beginners like us, we're just starting the bringing this WPS agenda. Which implementation do you think is crucial for us?
Dr. Izzati, is it?
Yes, Dr. Zeti.
Okay, thank you for your question. I think for probably in women in uniform, I think if you can help for starting, let's get the ball rolling. You need a momentum, right? anytime you want to do a change, you have to take into account the change management process. Sometimes when you start something, many people they'll be skeptical. You need a good number of people who believe to start the ball rolling before you get momentum, and more people will come on board as we move along. So I think that's what you can do. Those who believe it, to continue to spread the good work of what WPS can achieve, rather than a promotion king. And please volunteer to help I think they are working voluntarily without any permanent staff. It's just a temporary committee. But it's always good to start somewhere, you know. It may not be ideal, you know, they don't have a permanent secretariat, but she continues to engage everyone. So I think at the very least to come on board as the early innovators who continue to spread awareness, and also perhaps help physically, intellectually, spiritually as well, if you can, to the good work that Dr. Norma and her team are doing. And I think from there we will momentum to accelerate participation and other outcomes. Thank you.
Morning, Dato'. I'm Colonel Dr. Sophia from the Malaysian Armed Forces Hospital. You have mentioned multiple times about increasing participation. However, to increase participation, I believe the environment has to be suitable for people to start migrating into. I'm sure there's only so much that we on the ground can do to advocate and to encourage people to join. I'm just wondering, is there anything in particular that MINDEF as an umbrella or a bigger organization, any steps that you are taking to make the environment more conducive and inviting for more ladies to join in? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sophia. So we have to take cognizance of new realities as we get Gen Z, Gen Alpha coming into the employment mill. So for them, of course, work-life balance is important, and also possibly understanding the new realities of engagement with the advent of new technologies and AI. Our men and women in uniform need not always be at the battlefront where women's participation is probably limited. So I think, if anything, the technological and landscape itself is changing how we work in military, not only in Malaysia but everywhere around the world. For example, maybe we will need less fighter pilots in the future, but instead drone pilots that can do work from the comfort of their own home, even, you know, with their kids just next, you know, by their side. So those are evolving, changing landscapes that I think are, fortunately, if we take the opportunity to do it, can help to increase women participation and probably help them to have a fulfilling career in military as well. So it is important for MINDEF to translate this into doctrine, training, you know, taking into account what's happening, what's changing. So once we do that, I think then women are more ever ready to come on board, because we know intake is an issue. Not many are applying for women, but I think once they see that the changing nature of work that can fit family life, work-life balance, I think that will be a major attraction in getting more applicants to apply to military. So roughly, I think that's how I think. Thank you. All right. Oh no. I'm taking more questions than,
Well, you're doing such a fabulous job. General Lise Bourgon from Canada. Your presentation was beautiful. The words, you know, how do we go from having a plan to implementation and action are truly key. And your words are going to be very similar to all the words today because you drank the Kool-Aid. And all of us are convinced of women, peace, and security and the positive. Now, how are we planning, or how is Malaysia planning on changing their narrative, the culture in defense? Because everyone here is convinced, but what about everyone else who's not here? Because they're going to make a big difference into integration and inclusion, and they need to change their culture, their mindset. That's going to be a huge challenge. And what is the plan to address it? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director General Bergen. I appreciate your question coming from accomplished icon like yourself. Changing cultures very difficult. But if anything, you cannot do it bottom up. It cannot be coming from the rank and file, convincing upwards. It has to be done. So meaning, at our level, our CDF, our chiefs of services must be on board first. They must believe that this culture change has real intended benefits for them, the bigger work of culture change. So I really think our generals must believe in it first. Chain of command is a big word in the military, right? So it can only come top down. And I'm also glad that Dr. Ma has engaged CDF, and recently she told me that CDF supports. If anything, he also mentioned some of the ways to help implement changes faster. So that's helpful. So with the right leaders, I think it's possible. Difficult, but it's definitely possible. Okay, thank you.
Morning.
Okay,
Good morning.
Okay, one more.
Thank you
Last
very
one, maybe.
much. Selamat pagi. My name is Dr. Natalie Sambi from Australia.
Right.
Thank you so much for your opening speech. We're talking obviously a lot about the Malaysian Armed Forces, but the Malaysian Armed Forces forms part of your defense organization. A critical part of that in your Ministry of Defense are your civilians. Now, the messaging is clear to your military colleagues. To what extent and what efforts are you making to promulgate a WPS agenda amongst your civilian workforce within the ministry in order to support the efforts of the MAF as well? Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Natalie Sambi.
Okay, thank you, Miss. I'm a civilian, and we represent about 10% of our workforce in MINDEF. So definitely the opportunity lies more with the military, but still, great question. That 10% should not be left out. I have as my current role of Under Secretary of Policy. I'm the secretary for our policy committee, which our minister chairs, and from there we draft new policies that covers both civilian and military before being translated into action. But for me, since the bigger pie is in the military, our WPS document for MINDEF, for men and women in uniform, must lead the way. We play a supporting role as civilians within MINDEF. So that part is in progress. I'm happy with the work Dr. Ma is progressing, engaging as many generals as possible to get them on board and bridging that understanding gap. And I think it will only naturally come once we have our WPS for military, then the civilian can come, because we play a supporting role. We are never at the battlefront. So for me, it's crucial that this gets done first. I hope I answered your question.
Assalamualaikum and good morning.
Yang bagi Datuk, I'm Lieutenant Colonel Maslinda from the Malaysian Armed Forces Defence College, Puspanas. My question is actually quite similar with the previous speaker, the previous participant just now. But then could you kind of explain further your mechanisms under MINDEF on bridging between national policy, our WPS policy, together with military execution and also with the civilian agencies, what is undergoing by MINDEF, and to ensure it is translated into operational doctrine, particularly in intelligence and planning. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Question from Puspahanas. How relating it as we speak? Well, actually, together with Dr. Allen, we had a fantastic session in Melaka last year to launch our WPS document today. That was the plan. So I'm giving you a real example what happened. We're supposed to launch it today. That was the plan. But the understanding gap could not be closed in time. So we faced some setbacks. The plan was to not to go to back to drawing board, but to engage more. To get everyone on board and before we can launch it. So actually the document is already ready for launch. We just need a bit more time because again, the biggest barrier is the mental barrier. So once we do that, I think the plan can come back online where the minister launches the document and then the following doctrines can come. So that's the plan currently. So, okay. Yes. Second last question. I don't know how many last questions. You have any question? Yes? Yes, please. You can come to the mic.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Brigadier General Muhammad Kamil from Puspanas. I have only one question, Dato'. What key performance indicator can be used to measure WPS as a strategic enabler? Thanks, Dato'.
Thank you, General. So, as I mentioned, the target that was set under our defense white paper review, midterm review last year was 15%. The defense white paper itself was published in 2019, so it's about time we reviewed it last year. So the first time we set that target of 15% from the current level of 9%. So as you mentioned, as a strategic enabler, I think reaching that target is ultra important, not as an end to itself, but as an enabler, as a process that we need to get done before we can do other things. So for me, if we can work towards that, because once we do, then it will be reflected in intake into what jobs that we deem most suitable for women. And by that design as well, planning their career progression within the military. So I think once we can get that done, the other things can follow suit. So as a single measure KPI, for me, that is ultra important. Thank you. All right.
All right.
Okay. See, I was right. Second last.
Assalamualaikum, Datuk. My name is Brigadier General Dr. Hazuddin Hassan. We heard about the 10 to 15% overall figures that you mentioned in your talk and also in your answers to our questions. This is probably not a question, but maybe a suggestion or personal view. For me, the figures of 10 to 15% will be more meaningful if that numbers are in the decision-making committees or policy-making groups. That's my suggestion. Thank you, Dato'.
Thank you, General Hazuddin. Sharp observation. Yes, sometimes numbers don't reflect true reality. And that's why we have in many other areas talking about a minimum percentage of women on decision-making positions, the minimum number of women on board level members. So rightly, it should be translated within our ecosystem as well. You are right, but I think it will come naturally. Once we have the ready pool of women, probably a bit too small now. If we can have a bigger talent pool of women, then, like I said, once the intake has been designed as such, reflecting current environments that are probably more woman friendly, and also planning their career progression, then ultimately it will lead to more women in decision making positions. I think it's a natural process that we equally important because it is more meaningful than that participation numbers alone. Thank you, General. Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
On behalf of the organizer and participants of Mafis 2026, I would like to extend our sincere appreciation for your time and valuable contribution. For the next agenda, Dato', I would like you to remain on the stage for the memento giving ceremony. I'll pass back to the MC. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, building on the insightful exchanges from our first session just now, we now turn our attention to the second keynote address entitled Malaysia's Perspective of Women, Peace and Security. And to guide this important discussion, please join us in welcoming Colonel Dr. Atina Najahan Mat Idris, a restorative dental specialist of Tuanku Mizan Armed Forces Hospital, who will be moderating this session. Please welcome.
Thank you, Mr. MC. Assalamualaikum and good morning, honorable guests, senior officers, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Keynote 2 session, where we will explore Malaysia's perspective on women, peace and security. My name is Kena Dr. Atina, and it is my pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker, Dr. Satish Rangaya. Dr. Satish is a Malaysian born in Teluk Intan, Perak. He is an expert in international affairs, holding a master's degree and a PhD in international policy and international relations. He has also amassed extensive experience in international work, particularly in bilateral trade. He is also involved in human rights and other social welfare matters and serves as the head coordinator for the ASEAN Enabling Master Plan 2025. Currently, Dr. Satish is the Undersecretary for the International Relations Division in the Ministry of Women, Family and Community Development. Today, Dr. Satish will elaborate on Malaysia's commitment to implementing the Women, Peace and Security Agenda in the National Policy Framework. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Dr. Satish.
Thank you, Ms. Moderator. Thank you. Peace agreements are 35% more likely to endure. It's the statistics that we always hear when women are meaningfully involved. But of late, we have seen lots of conflicts, lots of war, Straits of Hormuz, Russia, Ukraine. But how many women do we actually see on the screen? Today, women remain underrepresented in the very spaces where peace and security decisions are made. Distinguished guests, colleagues, partners, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning, selamat pagi. Warm greeting to those of you who have come from afar. Distinguished representatives from MINDEF. It is an honor for me to be here today to share Malaysia's perspective on women, peace and security. I come from the Ministry of Women, and of course my perspective is going to be very different from a lot of the ladies and gentlemen who are in this room here today, men and women in uniform. But I would like to say that it is an agenda that is increasingly recognized not as a gender issue, but as a strategic priority for sustainable peace and national resilience, and it resonates well with everyone. This agenda is not about the inclusion of women. It is about effectiveness and long-term stability. In today's presentation, ladies and gentlemen, I will walk you all through three key areas. First, the global and regional context of the women, peace and security. Then Malaysia's positioning and commitments, and finally, how our national action plan translates this into action. Just for the information of our national action plan on WPS was launched last year, and many of you here in this room here were very actively involved together with the Ministry of Women. There were also colleagues from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs who got that into action. So before I move to the next slide, the question is no longer whether women should be included. The question is whether we can afford not to. Ultimately, the message of WPS is very clear. Peace is stronger and security is more sustainable when women are meaningfully included. Next slide, please. Okay, this is some of the historical context. The adoption of UN Security Council 1325 was done in 2000, and it marked a fundamental shift in how we understand security. This was a landmark moment because for the first time, the global community formally recognized that conflict does not affect everyone equally, and that women and girls often face unique and disproportionate impacts. But more importantly, this resolution did not just highlight women as victims. It also realized that women had agency. It recognized that women were agents of change, as leaders, as peace builders, and also as contributors to security. Over time, this agenda has evolved and become a global movement. One key platform is the Women, Peace and Security Focal Points Network, which was established in 2016. And this brings together governments and regional organizations together to discuss about their experiences, align strategies, and strengthen cooperation among the countries who are members of the network. Malaysia, for your information, has also actively engaged in this space. Prior to last year, it was attended by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but beginning 2025, the Ministry of Women has taken a more important role in this network. And this network provides us with valuable opportunities for us to learn, collaborate, and contribute, not only as a participant, but also as a contributor to shaping collective progress. At its core, the Women, Peace and Security agenda represents a shift in thinking from viewing security purely through a military lens to understanding that inclusive security is more effective security. So once again, inclusive peace is not a principle, it is been a proven strategy. Next slide, please. So now we move on from the UN level. Let's move to something more regional, the ASEAN. In ASEAN, we've had the Regional Plan of Action on WPS, and this was launched in 2022. And this reflects, amongst ASEAN, a shared commitment to advancing this agenda. At the regional level, ASEAN has made significant progress. Besides the Regional Plan of Action, we've also had other plans that focused on women, peace, and security. And the Regional Plan of Action in itself, that is structured around 4 key pillars. Basically, it follows the international structure, which is protection, prevention, participation, relief, and recovery. These pillars provide a comprehensive regional framework that addresses both immediate and long-term aspects of peace and security. In ASEAN, the WPS agenda is supported by both socio-cultural and political security bodies, including the ASEAN Committee on Women and the ASEAN Institute for Peace and Reconciliation. Meaning, what is significant is that WPS in ASEAN is driven across both socio-cultural and security sectors. For those of you who may not be aware, ASEAN has got 3 pillars, one that focuses on political security, and one that focuses on economy, and the other one that focuses on socio-cultural. But within the ASEAN context, what ASEAN decided to do was to place it in the socio-cultural pillar so that it becomes something that that cuts across pillars. So this tells us something that is important, especially within the ASEAN region, that security is no longer confined to defense institutions. It is a shared responsibility across society. That, as I said once again, that it's not just confined to one sector, but cuts across governance, security, as well as community development. This ensures that both Malaysia's efforts, national efforts at the ASEAN level, are not just domestically relevant, but also regionally coherent. Next slide, please. Okay, this is the global progress. We find that globally, we are seeing an increasing momentum on WPS. Globally, over 100 countries have adopted the national action plans on WPS, 113 countries to be specific. This shows a growing recognition that sustainable peace cannot be achieved without the meaningful participation of women. Yet within ASEAN, only few have taken this step. Prior to Malaysia, only 4 countries, the Philippines, Indonesia, and Vietnam, as well as Timor-Leste, had adopted such plans. This gap actually presents both a challenge as well as an opportunity. This presents an opportunity for Malaysia to step forward, to contribute, and to take on a leadership role, especially within the ASEAN region. So what we see here is leadership is not just defined by position; it is defined by Malaysia. It's defined by action, and Malaysia has chosen to act by having its own national action plan. Looking at the Malaysian context, the next slide, please. WPS in Malaysia. Malaysian context is different. Unlike many other countries where WPS is driven by active conflicts in situations, like for instance, within ASEAN itself, we find that all the other countries, the 3 countries that had their national action plan, had some conflicts, internal conflicts, but Malaysia is not in a conflict environment. Therefore, our focus when we decided to have the national action plan was different. How is it different? Is we are not responding to active conflict. Instead, what Malaysia is doing is we are strengthening our resilience, prevention, and preparedness. This position Malaysia takes is to take a forward-looking approach, one that anticipates risks rather than reacts to crisis. We prioritize prevention, resilience, and preparedness. This means strengthening our systems before a crisis can occur, rather than reacting after the fact. Importantly, this is an important fact, many elements of the WPS has already been embedded in our existing policies for years, except that it was not recognized as women, peace, and security. Particularly, I would like to bring your attention to the National Women's Policy and the Action Plan for Women's Development from 2025 to 2030. So what this does is it gives Malaysia a strong foundation. I would like to reiterate again, we are not starting from scratch. We are building on what had already existed and strengthening it further. The key message, we are investing in resilience before a crisis emerges, and the strongest security systems are not those that respond fastest, but those that prevent crises from emerging. Next slide, please. Our commitment. Well, as I said, when we were drawing up the National Action Plan, we realized that there is no universal model for WPS implementation. Before we came up with our National Action Plan, many National Action Plans across the region, and we found that each country must define its approach based on its national realities. Malaysia, with the assistance of some of our colleagues who are in this room today, chose a comprehensive and inclusive model. We'll be coming to that much later. One that integrates defense, governance, community resilience, and humanitarian considerations. Why? Because security today, as I mentioned, is not defined by borders alone. It is defined by the strength of our societies. One important aspect of WPS is, as I said, there is no standard model. Our framework focuses not only on traditional institutions, it also includes community resilience, in responses, protection of vulnerable groups, especially women, and inclusive governance. This reflects the Ministry of Women's understanding that security is multidimensional. It is about people, communities, and social stability. Next slide, please. If you have already had everything, other policies, then why have the NAP? Malaysia's decision to develop a NAP WPS was guided by 3 strategic drivers. Number 1, international commitments. Malaysia, my ministry was under a lot of pressure from ministries such as Ministry of Foreign Affairs to come up with a national action plan. Malaysia supports United Nations Security Council 1325, and in addition, the past few CEDAWs committee explicitly recommended that Malaysia develop its own comprehensive NAP on WPS. So developing this plan demonstrated that Malaysia took its global obligations seriously. Second, we realized that we can play a role in regional leadership. With only 4 countries within ASEAN that has developed its own national action plan, Malaysia now has the opportunity to lead and shape the regional agenda. Third, the national alignment. Under the National Women's Policy from 2025 to 2030, there is already a commitment to develop this plan. The NAP WPS complements and strengthens this existing framework of National Women's Policy. So by having a NAP, it was not just an option, it was strategic and it was a necessary step forward. It's also about credibility and of aligning our commitments with concrete action. So global commitments must be matched by national implementation. Next, the ASEAN Summit. So in September 2025, again with the assistance on the collaboration of Ministry of Defense and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Malaysia hosted the ASEAN Women, Peace and Security Summit in Kuala Lumpur. This, ladies and gentlemen, was a significant milestone. After 30 years of UNSC 1325, Malaysia finally had its own NAP. The summit brought together approximately 260 participants from ASEAN member states, civil society organizations, international partners who also helped fund the program. The level of engagement demonstrated that WPS could no longer be a peripheral agenda. WPS was gaining central importance. The summit served for dialogue, collaboration, and knowledge sharing. The strong participation support highlighted the growing importance of this agenda. More importantly, it reinforced Malaysia's role as an active contributor and emerging leader in the space. So what the summit partnership was no longer optional. It has been found to be the foundation of effective security. Next slide, please. This is a picture from the National Action Plan launch. During the above summit, Malaysia officially launched the first National Action on Women, Peace and Security, and this would be valid for a 5-year period from 2025 to 2030. Malaysia's NAP actually is a whole of government initiative. It involves multiple ministries, which includes my ministry, the Ministry of Women, Family and Community Development, MINDEF, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Home Affairs. It involves key ministries across various sectors, such as security, foreign affairs, as well as social development. This plan, it aligns with the international framework such as UNSCR 1325, and it also responds to Malaysia's commitments to CEDAW. By launching this plan, what we have done is we have joined more than 100 over countries worldwide in advancing the WPS agenda. It signals our commitment to translating into action. And policy signals intent. Implementation defines impact. So what this NAP does is it aligns Malaysia's global frameworks while remaining in national priorities. Next slide, please. This is Malaysia's, the previous one? No, yang rumah. Yes. Okay, Malaysia's NAP is built on 4 pillars. The 4 pillars of Malaysia's National Action Plan are perspective, prevention, participation, and protection. And this forms the comprehensive. First, what is different from the other frameworks that are found around the region is perspective. Within Malaysia, we need to understand how men and women experience peace and security differently. So what we're planning to do for the whole of this year is to actually advocate on what WPS is all about, because not many people know what WPS is, the other ministries. Second, we go on to prevention, which addresses root causes of violence, including gender-based violence. Third is going to be participation, which is pretty much same like the other national action plans. It's to ensure that women are actively involved in all decision-making processes. And finally, protection, which ensures that everyone gets access to justice, healthcare, and support services. These 4 pillars, they work together to create a comprehensive and inclusive framework, because without understanding different perspectives, we cannot design effective solutions. Together, they ensure that policies are informed, inclusive, and responsive. What we can conclude from this diagram is you cannot design effective security policies without understanding the realities of all those people who are affected. And this diagram shows that it's not just the 3 ministries, but it also cuts across every ministry so that they can include WPS. I would also like to say that what is unique about this framework is that it is supported by strong enablers. And this includes laws, policies, gender disaggregated data, institutional mechanisms, which also includes gender focal points in every ministry. It also includes practical tools like gender audits and impact assessments. And it also includes collaboration with civil society, which is another key component. Evidence shows that when women are involved, the said outcomes improve significantly. The highlight of this table is that inclusion is not just a value, it is a strategic advantage. Next slide, please. Okay, this is the whole of government WPS implementation, ladies and gentlemen, requires coordination across various institutions and sectors. No single agency can address the complex security challenges alone. This ensures that policies are not just well designed, but also effectively implemented. What is needed is collective ownership, and collective ownership is key to long-term success. It requires all of government, which is the whole of government, the whole of civil society, academia, and communities to come to work together. Why? Because complex challenges cannot be solved by isolated systems. It requires a collective action. Next slide, please. At the community level, Malaysian women already play vital roles. Initiatives such as Squad Wajah and Rukun Tetangga demonstrate how women contribute to security. They help early in warning, community monitoring, and strengthening social cohesion. As security challenges evolve, these roles are becoming even more important, whereby women are no longer just participants, they are key actors in maintaining community resilience. And resilience, ladies and gentlemen, is built at the community level, and women are central to that resilience. Next slide, please. Peacekeeping. Malaysian women in the armed forces also contribute at the international level. They participate in UN peacekeeping missions such as UNIFIL in Lebanon, and their presence enhances operational effectiveness. Engagement with women and children, strengthen humanitarian responses, and build trust within local communities. This demonstrates that women bring unique and valuable perspectives to peacekeeping operations. Operational effectiveness is strengthened when perspectives are diversified beyond men. Next slide, please. These are some of the data. Currently, women make up about 10% of Malaysian peacekeeping personnel. While a lot of progress has been made, women still represent a relatively small proportion of peacekeeping personnel. Though positive, there is still room for growth. Malaysia has also invested in capacity building, and we find that over 900 personnel have been trained in areas such as gender mainstreaming as well as in the protection of civilians. The focus is not only on increasing participation of women personnel, but also on enhancing capability as well as impact. Therefore, progress need not be measured only in numbers, but also in impact. Next slide, please. So let me conclude with this. There can be no sustainable peace without the meaningful inclusion of women. And Malaysia is committed to implementing the National Action Plan on WPS for the period of 2025 to 2030. What it does is it strengthens partnership and plays a leadership role in ASEAN and contributes to regional and global efforts. Because when women are included, security becomes stronger, communities become more resilient, and peace becomes more sustainable. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Dr. Satesh, for that insightful keynote. Now I invite the audience to share your thoughts and questions if you may have. Seems like the moderator always has to start with the question, so I'll start with one. The NAP has laid a foundation for achieving the Women, Peace and Security agenda here in Malaysia. It looks great on paper. Plans always look great on paper, but the real question here is how well are they carried out? So my question to you is, up to this point, what would you say has been the biggest challenge in translating the action plan into real impact on the ground?
That's something that's often asked to the ministry because we only launched it last September. And since then, we have actually been meaning to have a coordination meeting between the ministries. But early in the year, we had Raya. So we have not actually had this coordination meeting. But to the credit of all, I think we have had 2 consultations with the civil society organizations. A positive outcome from that is, I think amongst themselves, they have formed a coalition, I think, which they call themselves Hibiscus, and they it's something that is about advocating what WPS is to all the other civil society organizations. So since the 2 meetings, they have had a coalition, the meeting amongst ministries, interagency, we have yet to conduct that, but I think that is in the pipeline. I think we have to do it before June. What else is going to happen is the monitoring mechanism. It would no longer be under the ministry. We would then be officially handing it over to the Department of Women's Development, Jabatan Pembangunan Wanita, because they already have a mechanism that monitors all the other indicators which concerns women. So we thought that it's only natural that if this department would monitor the progress of WPS. It's still, it's less than 6 months actually since the launch. Oh no, March, 7 months.
Okay, thank you. But if I could add on that, what obstacles do you think that the ministry anticipate that we would encounter, and how would you plan to overcome?
Okay, one of the ways to mitigate the obstacle is, of course, we have gender focal points in every ministry. What we would like them to do is to cascade this thing down. Because for the whole of this year, actually, what we plan to do is just advocacy. Advocate to people what is WPS all about. It's not just something that is confined to security issues, but in Malaysia, we have actually, for this particular NAP, actually, we have broadened the concept of security. And security here, what is of immediate concern to us is natural disasters, calamities. We have lots of floods. So when we have all these things, the things that we are looking at is to ensure that women's needs are met when there is, say, a flood, to ensure that our centers that open also cater to the needs of women. Otherwise, obstacles would be tackled by their own individual gender focal points in each ministry. And Yeah, so the plan for this year is to advocate to people so people know what WPS is all about and to tell them that it's not something that is just confined to security issues, meaning border security, but security has been broadened to include other things. And what would be of immediate concern is natural disasters that hit to us, and to ensure that women are not left out.
Thank you, sir. Any more question from the audience?
Morning, Doctor. Good morning, Doctor. My name is Lieutenant Colonel Surya. I'm a media officer. I have one question for you, Doctor. Okay, I have one question, Doctor. And thank you very much for your talks. It's very knowledgeable. My question is, I'm sure the KPWKM has a plan to promote the NAP or NAP WPS, but not only in Malaysia, but throughout the globe. So I'm so sorry because it is the first time I recognize that we have the policy, women policy, NAP policy. It started from 2025 up to 2030 inside your slide. So what is the plan and how to promote the plan? Because I strongly feel that women and security not only involve ourselves in uniform body. There is several NGOs, women's NGOs and whatsoever, but it's very minimal that we can, from today that it's highlight about the women. So what is the KPWKM plans to promote this policy? That's all, Doctor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. The first thing is of immediate action this year, within this year, is for us to have this, not really a session, for us to have a formal setting between government agencies as well as the civil society organizations. As mentioned, we have had twice from last year until today. This is going to be made into a formal Malaysian coalition, or I wouldn't say a coalition, a grouping of civil society organizations as well as government, all people who are involved in WPS. It's supposed to happen by this year. The mechanics of it and whatnot, we have yet to work it out. But within them, I mean, just by themselves, the CSOs, they have formed, they call themselves Hibiscus. That is for the Malaysian chapter, that we would be having a formal session, and we plan to make this into an annual event whereby all people who are involved in CSOs, the government as well as the civil society organizations, the academia, everyone who is involved in WPS can come and exchange ideas in that platform.
Any more question from the audience? Yes, please.
Okay, thank you very much for your speech. I'm Kana Nishida from Japan. It's a very informative, insightful speech. Then, so I have a lot of interest in your speech, but one of them is about Asian cooperation with Asian countries. Then, so maybe, so this issue is not yours or the Foreign Affairs Ministry also. Then, would you have some more, could I have some more information about the follow-on efforts to expand or also inform other Asian countries about WPS affairs? Does this make sense, sir?
Yeah, okay. Number one, there's this network which is called, what's that network called? There's this network that is an international network that Malaysia is part of it. And I think they meet twice a year. That is at the international level. And within ASEAN in itself, I think ASEAN meets quite regularly. And ASEAN has got this center, which is called, I think, IPR Center in Jakarta. What they do is they promote WPS within the ASEAN region, and all those countries who have already gotten their own national action plan, we often get invited to also encourage the other ASEAN countries to have their own national action plan so that they can charter their own path on how to develop WPS. That's for the at the ASEAN level. And at the international level, we have the network. So there are two things there.
All right, thank you very much. And so let me ask some more. So do you have especially Malaysian Armed Force or MINDEF? So how do you try to increase engagement in the Asian efforts?
That I would have to ask from the Ministry of
Foreign Affairs or so.
From Defense. I'm from the Ministry of Women.
Okay, sorry. Okay, all right. Okay. Well, thank you very much, sir.
Okay, sir.
Madam Azlan from Puspanas. Thank you very much for your insight keynote. Right, you highlighted that the importance of strengthening resilience under the National Women's Action Plan. In the context of security and protection, focusing on cyber-enabled influence operation. Cyber-enabled influence operations. How can national resilience framework can be adapted to address the disproportionate impact of social media-driven narrative targeting women, but particularly in shaping perception, trust, and societal role? Thank you.
Thank you. So this is on digital, right? Okay. Just for the information for your information, sir. When we were developing the National Action Plan, when we were at that threshold, there was a lot of suggestion to include the digital element, but we were rushing to actually. The reality of the matter was we were rushing to produce the National Action Plan. And if we kept on adding more things, then we thought that we would not be able to meet the September deadline. So we came to the decision that that would be included in the next National Action Plan, National Action Plan 2, which would be from 2030 to 2035. So what was of immediate concern here, we decided to include climate change. So in this one, 2025 to 2030, you would have things like gender-based violence, climate change, and the usual traditional security issues. Digital would come in the next National Action Plan. Thank you, sir.
I think we can take one more last question. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I really appreciated your approach to a national action plan, Undersecretary. And my name is Dr. Dee Sawyers. I'm an analyst in the Office of Women, Peace, and Security at United States Indo-Pacific Command. And as an analyst, I'm really interested in perspective taking and building our knowledge of what it's like to be a man, or what it's like to be a woman, or what it's like to be a person of influence, and what it's like to not be a person of influence. So the opportunity for knowledge, I see that you've made a place for that in your National Action Plan in perspective taking. So a part of that perspective taking is what it's like to walk in someone else's shoes in a disaster. That's very important. And as an analyst, I was particularly keen on understanding your assessment tool or your impact assessment tool. So can you expand on how you vision maybe applying that assessment tool and when that would be available to practitioners? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your question. Once again, we know that we need to have the assessments to assess the impact, but we have not worked on that yet. All of this, I think, it's in the pipeline within this year, so then we would have the tools ready. We have not had that meeting, the interagency, intergovernmental, and the CSO meeting as of yet. It's scheduled before June.
Yes, sir. One last question.
Good morning, Doctor.
Thank you.
My name is Brigadier General Kamel from Puspanas. I have one question. How can national women policy support the development of women readiness for role in defense and security operation? Thank you, Doctor.
Sorry, how can national women's policy
support the development of women readiness for roles in defense and security operation? Take a look.
Okay. That would come under, because there's this element of security in Dasar Wanita Negara. So I think JPW would have to work with MINDEF to work on this, the modalities. So we have 5 years from now to work on the modality to increase the readiness of women in armed forces. There are 4 pillars in Dasar Wanita Negara, which include security, there's economy. So under the security pillar of national women's policy.
Okay, I think we have run out of time. So thank you very much, Dr. Satish. But before we end the session, I would like to summarize briefly what you have presented. Malaysia's National Action Plan on Women, Peace and Security 2025 to 2030 highlights a significant milestone in Malaysia. Sorry. See, now I lost my text. Okay, and it's an important step to build a more inclusive and resilient nation. And this plan highlights that women are not just beneficiaries, or we're not just recipients, but we are also leaders. We're capable of being strong leaders, decision makers, and action and agents of change within our communities. But in order for that initiative to really work, there has to be a collective, active collaboration across government agencies, civil society, and the wider community for that to really work. So thank you again, Dr. Satish. Finally, on behalf of the organizers, I would like to thank you again and for sharing your expertise and knowledge. Okay, please remain on stage. Okay, thank you. Please give a round of applause to Dr. Satish.
Thank you to Dr. Satish and the audience for the insightful Q&A session that I believe has enriched our understanding on WPS and women empowerment. Once again, we would like to invite the chairperson of Mafis 2026 to present a memento to Dr. Satish Rangaya. Please welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, the QR code is on the screens now. We kindly request for the audience and participants to scan the QR code for you to engage in the feedback session and also to access the relevant materials pertaining to the second session just now. We'll take about 2 minutes for you to fill in the feedback sessions.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to a convenient point to take a short break. May I kindly request all of you to make your way to the hallway outside for light refreshments. We shall reconvene promptly in this hall at 1030 hour as we proceed with the opening ceremony. Thank you for your attention.
Test mic 1 2, test mic 1 2. Test mic 1 2 3. Check mic 1. Test mic 1 2. Okay, yang ni. Set dia sama dengan yang ni. Check mic 1 2. Test. Test. Test.
Testing 1 2. Testing. 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 Ni okey yang depan ni okey tau. Naik mana? Atas.
Test, mic 1, 2.
Testing 1. Testing 1.
Check mic 1, 2. Hey. Test mic 1, 2. Test mic 1, 2. Check mic 1, 2. Hey. Check mic 1, 2.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan salam sejahtera.
Test mic 1, 2. Cubaan suara 1, 2, 3. Test mic 1, 2. Test mic 1, 2.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Test mic 1, 2.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Dengar tak? Testing 1, 2, 3. Tak dengar kan? Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Okay. MC dengar? MC dengar kan? Belakang tak dengar. Sebab dia macam tenggelam. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing. Testing.
before. Chief of Staff. The Chief of Staff of the Malaysian Headquarters. Ketibaan negaraku, remarks by MC. Ini terus soal. Kalau pakai pangkat jelas. Kalau dia lari ke depan. We will do our housekeeping. But they will go in the dalam Rodeo. His arrival is expected at the front.
Test mic 1, test mic 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 1, 2. 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3.
Halo, halo, halo. Tes cobaan. Cobaan suara 1, 2, 3. Tes mic 1, 2. 1, 2. Tes mic 1, 2. Tes mic 1, 2, 3. Cobaan suara 1, 2. Belakang memang tak dengar sangat. Tapi kat belakang dia tak dengar tadi. Tes. Oh, okay. Okay. Tes mic. Okay. Okay, clear. Thank you. Tinggi sangat pula. Hello, tes. Tinggi sangat. Tes. Cobaan suara 1, 2. Tes mic 1, 2. Just test. Okay. Macam ni. Kalau jauh sikit tak dengar. Jauh sikit tak dengar kan? Okay, baik. Ma'am. Tes 1, 2. 1, 2. Hello? 1, 2. Tes. Rasanya tinggi ni Pak Maiman. Saya tinggi sangat. Lepas ni tapi ni okey. Dia tak ada rendah sangat. Rendah sikit. Macam ni kena ke depan ni. Okey kot ni. Ni okey dah. Yang mana satu sebab tadi saya sambut nak
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan salam sejahtera.
Visit untuk media. And also nanti waktu event dah berlangsung, abang saya break abang barricade sampai situ saja. And kat depan ni VIP apa yang berlaku adalah dia akan start dengan review session dulu. So baru dia akan start dengan ceremony. So daripada opening ceremony tu akan ada tayang video ada sesi yang pertama. Sudah siap. Itu melibatkan 7 VIP. Tak jadi. Tak ada gambar kat atas. Video dari bawah. Okay, alright. So maksudnya akan ada satu semalam. Alright, so bila yang session kita ada tu, gambar dan video akan ada kat depan lah. Kat atas pentas, kita akan ambil daripada bawah. Okay?
Ucapan nanti ketua
Ucapan nanti akan ada Head of Mission dengan KS lah, KSS officiate. Okay. Nanti saya akan share. Okay, cuba duduk dulu.
So, because itu dalam berikut sebelah sini boleh.
Boleh. Yang tak ada masalah. Yang VIP yang betul-betul ni, dia start daripada depan ni sampai ke depan. Itu saja. Okay?
Terima kasih.
dekat sekretariat tu bukan dekat meja dia sendiri.
Kat luar. Dia orang kamu on arrival. Okay. Yeah. Alright. Ada nombor saya tak? Okay. Alright. Okay.
Satish Rangaya.
Sir, password for Friday. 10 minutes.
Malaysian Armed Forces International Symposium. I ambil sampai so I ambil balik dekat testing eh.
Tuan, masih servis.
Ni yang viral kat
Yeah.
TikTok.
Check mic 1, 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We trust you had a refreshing and enjoyable break. We would like to warmly welcome our distinguished guests who have just arrived to join us for this special occasion. Prior to our break just now, we were honored to have engaged in a fruitful keynote address 1 and keynote address 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will be commencing the opening ceremony shortly. May I kindly request all guests and participants to come into the ballroom now and prepare for the next session. And we kindly request all guests and participants to rise upon the arrival of the Chief of Staff of the Malaysian Armed Forces Headquarters and subsequently for the national anthem. And following that, we will proceed with keynote address number 3 with the title of WPS as a readiness, a capability multiplier, not an add-on. And we will then adjourn for lunch. And we also like to remind all guests and participants to ensure that your mobile phones are set to silent mode or switched off throughout the event to ensure a smooth proceeding. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem, Negaraku. Please be seated. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Allow us to extend our warmest greetings to Yang Berbahagia Lieutenant General Datuk Sri Haji Muhammad Huzaimi bin Sabri, Chief of Staff of the Malaysian Armed Forces Headquarters, Her Excellency Jody Robinson, High Commissioner for Canada in Malaysia, Yang Berbahagia Brigadier General Dr. Norma Haji Samsuri, Chairperson of Mafis 2026, Strategic Partners, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and a very good morning.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed an honor and privilege to welcome all of you to the Malaysian Armed Forces International Symposium, or Mafis 2026, here at Berjaya Times Square Hotel, Kuala Lumpur. Ladies and gentlemen, this year's symposium carries the theme Enhancing Operational Readiness through Inclusive Leadership, Advancing Women, Peace and Security in Defense and Security. And this theme reflects our collective commitment to strengthen operational effectiveness by embracing inclusive leadership while advancing the Women, Peace and Security agenda as a vital component in today's defense and security landscape.
To begin our ceremony on a blessed note, I would like to invite Lieutenant Colonel Hishamuddin bin Ibrahim to lead the prayer recitation. Please welcome, sir.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله العزيز الغفور الذي جعل في الإسلام الحنيف الهدى والنور اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد خاتم الأنبياء والمرسلين وعلى آله الطيبين وأصحابه الأخيار أجمعين. In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful, we gather here today with gratitude and humility. We thank you for bringing us together for this meaningful occasion at the opening ceremony of Malaysian Armed Forces International Symposium, officiated by Lieutenant General Datuk Sri Haji Muhammad Huzaimi bin Sabri, Chief of Staff, Malaysian Armed Forces Headquarters. O God, we seek your blessing upon this event. Grant us wisdom in our thought, sincerity in our action, and unity in our purpose. Allahumma ya Kareem ya Rahim. Bless all those present here today. Guide our leaders and all those involved in clarity of purpose and integrity. Strengthen our cooperation and fill our heart with mutual respect and understanding. We pray that this initiative will flourish, grow, and achieve its noble objective. Protect us from harm and grant us continued success in all our effort. And finally, Ya Allah, accept our prayers, and make this occasion a source of goodness and blessing for all. اللهم ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to begin our program for this session, it is our distinct privilege to introduce the third keynote address of this symposium entitled Women, Peace and Security as Readiness, a Capability Multiplier, Not an Add-on.
And this keynote will explore how the Women, Peace and Security agenda strengthens operational readiness and enhances overall capability, emphasizing that it is not merely a supplementary consideration, but also a strategic imperative in today's evolving security landscape. And without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Brigadier General Dr. Hazuddin Hassan, Head of Dental Department of the 94 Armed Forces Hospital, who will be moderating this session. Please welcome Brigadier General.
Yang berbahagia, Lieutenant General Datuk Seri Haji Muhammad Huzaimi bin Sabri, the Chief of Staff of the Malaysian Armed Forces Headquarters, Her Excellency, the High Commissioner of Canada to Malaysia, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum and good morning. Please allow me to briefly introduce to you our speaker this morning, Lieutenant General Liz Bugon. I say brief introduction because if I were to read all of her achievements and appointments, we will use up all the 15 minutes allocated to us. General Bugon had served the Canadian Armed Forces for 38 years. She was commissioned into the Royal Canadian Air Force and started her military career as a maritime helicopter pilot. Before retiring in 2025, her last appointment was as the commander of the Military Personnel Command, Canadian Armed Forces. She has extensive experience in operational command as well. Among others, she was the Joint Task Force Commander of the Canadian Armed Forces for Operation Impact in Iraq and Syria in 2015. She was also the Director General of the Canadian Joint Operation Command, and prior to that, the Director General of Operation Strategic Joint Staff of the Canadian Armed Forces. And of course, she was also the Canadian Armed Forces Champion for Women, Peace and Security Initiatives. In terms of education, General Bugon received her bachelor degree from the Collège Militaire Royal de Saint-Jean in 1992, Masters in Project Management from George Washington University in 2004, Masters in Public Administration from the Royal Military College of Canada in 2015. General Bugon also attended the Canadian Forces Command and Staff College of the Canadian Defence Academy in 2007, the Air Warfare College in 2013, and the United Nations Senior Mission Leader in 2018. For this program, General Bugon would like to have spend more time in the question and answer session. Of course, she will give her speak after this. So let us prepare, especially our course participants from Puspahanas, the future leader of the Malaysian Armed Forces. Get your question ready, otherwise the Chief of Staff will get reports on the Puspahanas after this. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Lieutenant General Liz Bugon to deliver her lecture. Please, ma'am.
High Commissioner Robinson, Lieutenant General Dato Seri Azami, generals, Malaysian Armed Forces members and allies, women, peace and security experts from across the world, Sulamat Paji. Good morning. What an honor it is for me to contribute to this valuable symposium. And I really look forward to the 2 days ahead where we're going to have the chance to exchange. The plan is for me to speak for about 12 minutes and then take all the questions that you have. First, let me start by recognizing the work conducted by Malaysia and the Malaysian Armed Forces in developing your first National Action Plan for Women, Peace and Security. This is remarkable work as your NAP incorporates key consideration from the ASEAN Regional Plans of Action for WPS, as well as national objectives to advance gender equality. It is truly impressive to see that the armed forces have already been working diligently to set the condition for success through internal staff analysis, your gender advisor course, the incorporation of WPS principle and gender consideration in pre-deployment training, and the delivery of WPS courses at your peacekeeping center. Incredible to see the progress that you've made already, and it bodes extremely well for the future. With the launch of your WPS plan last September, you now join 114 other countries with WPS national action plans, forming a large global community committed to advancing the WPS agenda. Today's symposium is therefore a valuable opportunity for us to share our experience and indeed learn from each other. Going back to 2000, the WPS agenda has its origins in the landmark UNSCR 1325. For the first time, the UN recognized the differential impact that conflict and crisis can have on women, girls, men, and boys. The four pillars of participation, protection, prevention, and relief and recovery, serves to uphold human rights, advance gender equality, addresses the differential impact of conflict and crisis on women and girls, and recognize women as agents of peace. Indeed, many studies have demonstrated the significant benefits of advancing WPS. It leads to long-term peace and security, and for the armed forces of any nation, this is indeed crucial. The national action plans of Malaysia, Indonesia, the Philippines, and Vietnam reflect the evolution in the WPS agenda since UNSCR 1325. The range of topics identified in the different NAPs include contributing to UN peacekeeping operation, engaging in conflict prevention, enhancing the effectiveness of women in decision-making, including the armed forces, providing humanitarian response, especially to climate-related disaster, preventing gender-based violence, countering trafficking, and increasingly important, addressing online harm and disinformation that undermines gender equality. As a result, we can clearly see that WPS is not restricted to active conflicts, but extends to crisis and domestic policies, which encompasses the broader social and cultural dimension of human security, from women's leadership and disaster preparedness and climate change adaptation to their role in humanitarian relief, inter-community dialogue, and social cohesion. Indeed, advancing WPS in the armed forces informs the consideration that are incorporated in mission planning and execution, but also the internal policy objective for the employment, participation, and career success of women in uniform. In both cases, staff assessment, option development, and execution are best informed through gender-based analysis and gender-informed decision. However, I would like to emphasize that integrating WPS in the armed forces is not the responsibility of specialist staff, nor is it women's work. as with all activities to achieve assigned mission objectives and to ensure the success of every individual in uniform, it is a command responsibility. Let me repeat this again, as it is extremely important. WPS is a command responsibility, not staff and not a women's task. Command. I drew on WPS principle when employed as the Joint Task Force Commander for Operation Impact, as Chief of Staff for our Joint Operation Command, and as Commander of Military Personnel Command. It needs to be embedded in every action that leaders take. At first, WPS may appear like a very big task. However, I kept it simple and I'll break it down in two really distinct dimensions. How to integrate into operation and how to integrate into the institution. Here we go. First, achieving operational objectives requires commanders and staff to be focused outwards to understand the human dimension in the operating environment. It is key to remember that incorporating gender analysis enhances operational effectiveness, force protection, and mission success. Applying this perspective allows commanders to better understand the operating environment and adapt to local dynamics. We need to look at this as command enablers. In practice, the majority of militaries deploy gender advisors as expert staff, responsible to lead the integration of gender perspective. However, as previously stated, WPS is a command responsibility. Therefore, the commander must ensure to obtain all relevant information and be fully aware of the consequences for different groups of their command decision for military action. Particularly when conducting UN missions or humanitarian assistance disaster response, WPS requires us to assess and consider the differential impact that conflict can have on women and girls. These assessments should include understanding different risks to individual or family securities and increased vulnerabilities to gender-based violence, including sexual exploitation and abuse, as well as risk associated with human trafficking. Specially trained gender advisor and gender focal points need to be deployed to assess the impact on operation on local population and personnel. These experts can advise commanders on necessary adjustments to plan and tactics. GenAds support commanders in military operation. It is also crucial to integrate gender perspective into all stages of the military planning cycle, from initial assessment and intelligence gathering to execution and evaluation. Another essential factor is having trained and capable military women deployed on the ground as part of any military contingents. Indeed, deploying women on patrols or other community engagement increases access to women and girls in the local population who may not otherwise interact with male soldiers. These conversations might reveal early warning indicators, population movement, or protection risks that would otherwise remain invisible to military planners. These engagements also lead to increased confidence in peacekeepers. Ignoring gender dynamics can pose threats to mission success by failing to account for the unique security needs and role of local population. Conversely, a gender-aware approach improves intelligence, increasing safety for both forces and civilians. These actions contribute to community resilience and long-term stability. We can clearly see that gender considerations are a force multiplier, improving situational awareness, enabling better informed decision, and resulting in greater operational success. It would be unwise for any commander not to take full advantage of this capacity. Now that we've addressed WPS on operation, let's examine the institutional perspective, which is often underestimated and actually a lot more complex than we think. Achieving institutional objectives requires focus inwards within defense and includes action taken to increase the representation, the contribution, and career success of women in defense. It requires a change in our decision-making process to ensure that senior leaders are aware of the differential implication of their decision for women and men. It is about awareness of gender gaps, or worse, gender biases. We must also transform our program management, how we use organizational governance, oversight, processes, resources, and expert staff to ensure NAP objectives are accomplished, measured, and reported. When considering internal institutional objective, WPS involves leadership at all levels. Indeed, one of the most important responsibilities of leadership is to build cohesive, effective teams that will persist under difficult circumstances. This requires that each member of the team is enabled to be themselves and able to contribute to their full capability. Today, increasingly, teams are composed of women and men, including women in leadership roles. But optimizing the daily contribution and the overall career success of women in uniform requires more than achieving a target number on paper. It requires that we have the right training, the right equipment and infrastructure, the right culture and team climate, and supported by the right policies and programs. Full success requires moving beyond merely removing restrictive policy or simply integrating women into a male-dominated occupation or roles. As we've experienced in the CAF, ensuring that women can have meaningful careers requires a focus on inclusion, which is the feeling of belonging, where women can be fully accepted for who they are, women, wife, mothers, and daughters, accepted by their supervisors and all members of their team. This also implies that they also need to be protected and safe from sexual violence, harassment, and discrimination. Doing so starts by recognizing that what existed in the past might not be optimal for women. The reality is that every military was built by men for men. Well, that doesn't work that well for women. Research and analysis across many countries have exposed many hidden structural and systemic barriers which impedes women's contribution and minimize their success. Changes in policies and programs need to be based on proper analysis, including drawing on the lived experience of women. This is why so many NAP, including Malaysia's, call for systemic integration of gender perspective across all organizational function and levels, including embedding gender consideration into the design, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation of policies and programs. Just as operational commanders need to understand how conflicts have differential impact on women and men, leaders need to understand how organizational decision can have differential consequences for women and men in uniform. Doing so means asking the right question to ensure that staff briefing include assessment of gender consideration and to insist on effective monitoring and to follow up to verify that their decisions were equally effective for women as well as men. While all NAPs include requirements for monitoring and evaluation, this is not just for external reporting to the lead department. It needs to lead to real progress. Senior leaders need to monitor the implementation of change to policies or programs and make adjustment when necessary. For Malaysia, success will be measured by increasing recruiting, greater retention, and more Malaysian women representation at the highest level of leadership in the armed forces. If I can relate to the Canadian Armed Forces' own journey, It has not been easy, and we are not done either. But one thing for certain, it has been extremely rewarding. The progress we have made in the last 40 years are incredible. And as I looked at my daughter, who recently graduated from our own military academy and is starting her career as a military engineer officer, her opportunities are limitless. And I know that her journey is going to be a lot easier than mine was. This is indeed the journey that awaits you. I can tell you it won't be easy, but it's such an exciting path awaits you all. It will take courage and determination. And remember that you are not alone in this. The 114 countries with NAP are addressing the same challenges, and all of us need to work and learn from each other. And closing, advancing WPS is not about adding another requirement to an already complex military operation. It is about improving how we understand the environment in which we operate and strengthening the institution that we lead. When armed forces integrate gender perspective into planning, decision-making, and leadership, they become more operationally effective, better prepared to manage risk, and better able to represent the society they defend. In today's security environment, readiness is not only about equipment and training. It is about understanding the society in which we operate. It is about having the best soldiers, aviators, and sailors, both men and women. WPS is not an add-on to military readiness. It is indeed a capability multiplier. We don't do it because we have to. We do it because we want to. Thank you. And I think now I'm going to take all the questions that you have.
Thank you, General Bugon. Now I would like to open the floor for a 15-minute question and answer session. If you do have questions, please proceed to the microphones in the middle. Please take this opportunity to engage a proven WPS champion. Mind you, probably in her next visit, we have to pay for her talking circuit if you want. So take this opportunity, please proceed.
Hello, good morning, ma'am. Good morning, General. I'm Lieutenant Colonel Dr. Saiful Azwar bin Abdul Halim. I'm the course participant of Malaysian Armed Forces Defence College, Puspahanas. So thank you very much, General, for the presentation just now. And my question is actually regarding the restriction of the women participation in the military and security in few countries, as we know. I can put few examples here. There are few countries that having the restriction of the involvement of the women in the military because of the norms and also the religious factor, such as what happened in Pakistan and also a few countries like Yemen, Syria, and Somalia. So I just need your opinion, General, is about how does this restriction of women participation in the military and also in the security sector, driven by these traditional, cultural, and religious norms, will impact a state's long-term stability and risk of the future conflict escalation of that country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that women bring so much capability into the environment. They have access to different network than men can. We need to take into account the cultural dimension in every country that we go in, but there's purely that role for women from an intelligence gathering, but also involvement. Every country that we conduct operation, 50% of the population is women. How do we connect with these women? So having women that can connect using also the different society organization to reach into that aspect is extremely important. As I said, it is a key enablers, and not doing it will hurt operation and success.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The Honorable General, Commander Azmi bin Abu Zarin, Highwayman from the Malaysian Armed Forces Defence College. I'm one of the course participants. In 2025 and 2026, Georgetown Institute for Women, Peace and Security have ranked Malaysian at the 67th place out of 181 with the score index of 0.78 index score. So from the both previous presentation just now, we have made known that the implementation within the Malaysian Armed Forces is very lack. So from your point of view and from your perspective, rather than scoring or tackle from various aspects, from which angle could the Malaysian Armed Forces tackle to best suit in empowering the women in this aspect? Thank you.
Thank you. Like I said, we need to look at women more, not from an integration, but an inclusion. That means that reviewing everything that we're doing. Like I said, militaries were built by men for men. How do we move this box to be completely inclusive? And that's looking at everything we're doing from a point of view of equipment, our aircraft, our different, our education. How do we recognize success? How do we remove some bias that might exist into the current procedures? It's about health system. It's about recognizing that women also have that additional societal burden as mothers. So how do we support mothers to serve in the military with access to daycare, access to infrastructure? So it's an entire gamut. I can speak about it for days on things that we need to change to ensure that we go from integration to inclusion. Again, integration means that they're allowed to join in, but they need to be small men. Okay, that's not inclusion. Inclusion is about taking women and ensuring that as women, they can contribute to their full capacity. That is inclusion, and that's the goal forward. And it's not easy. When I started in the military in the late 80s, it was about integration. My flight suit did not fit. The aircraft did not fit. Nothing fitted, okay? It took us 40 years to make progress, and we're still not there. So the journey ahead is going to be challenging, but there's so much that you can learn from the mistakes that we've made in Canada. So reach out, okay? Because you don't have to make the same mistakes that we've made. You can just carry on our successes.
Question? Yes, please.
Good morning, ma'am. I'm Lieutenant Colonel Maslinda from Malaysian Armed Forces Defence College, Puspahanas. I really like the quote. I may quote you. WPS is a command. It's a capability multiplier, and it's a command responsibility. So anywhere in any countries, gender perspectives and gender bias, it exists. Here in Malaysia, we have cultures, traditional behaviors, such as my colleagues just mentioned just now. So in your experience, particularly in the Canadian Armed Forces, how should we change the mindset among senior officers? That does not come from awareness alone. What institutional mechanisms, such as doctrine, training, or command accountability, were critical in forcing the integration of WPS into operational technique? And how can this be adapted in militaries with more hierarchical cultures? Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
That is a very good question. And we have been doing this in Canada for 40 years, and we're still working at it. So it is extremely challenging. But like I said, it is a command responsibility, and it is a top-down approach. It's about listening to women because we have different experience. We have different perspective. What works for a man does not always work for women. So how do we listen to women, and how do we remove the barriers that women are feeling today? Okay, so that is key, is a command awareness of that bias, that gender. And I'm not saying that men are not better than women, women are not better than men. They just bring different perspective, and together we form a better decision making. So recognizing the lived experience and correcting them. It will be small improvement, 2 steps forward, 1 step back. But listening, awareness, interest, and that command drive to make things change is going to be key. And of course, the voices of women from the bottom up is very important to talk about what the barriers are and how do we remove them. So both sides are required, but without command involvement, command drive, changes will not happen as fast as they could. It was interesting because in Canada, it was a legislative change. So the law said, women will be accepted into every occupation. And the leadership of the Canadian Armed Forces did not really believe in it. So the first few years with an S, was very challenging because the leadership did not believe in the success, did not believe into the WPS agenda. I see that this has changed. And for Malaysia, the leadership appears to be very, very supportive. So that hopefully is going to make a big difference for you. There's 5 more minutes, so we need more questions. I came all the way here to answer questions. So there you go. Don't be shy.
Puspahanas is doing very well, Dato'.
Good morning, General. My name is Brigadier General Muhammad Kamel from Puspanas. I'm not a student, I'm the head of management and training. My question is, what are your recommendations for creating a sustainable pipeline of women leaders in the military, other than your last slide? Maybe they will impact the methodology of military education for women, the way of thinking and the way of making decision among the women. Thank you.
Okay. Well, it takes 25 years to make a women general. Okay, so success comes with time. So look at the current barriers, employment barriers for women, and in time you will have, it's great to see quite the leadership of the women ladies of Malaysia present today, but we need to see more than the medical officer or the dental officer. We need to see the Navy and the Air Force and the Cyber Command, and that will take time. But as you're taking steps into opening occupation and having operational deployment for women so that they can get the opportunity and the capability and the experience so that they progress in rank, it will take some time, but we need to ensure that those barriers are removed as fast as possible to allow women, they're awesome, to progress and achieve the same operational experience, opportunities than men. That's credibility for women as leaders. And credibility is super important. 3 minutes.
Colonel Sophia, just now I saw you running to the microphone, so there you go.
Good morning, ma'am. I'm Colonel Dr. Sophia, oral and maxillofacial surgeon. I'm just interested in when you mentioned that we are increasing opportunity. One might call it increasing quota. Some people will call it reducing the merit or standards. My question is 2 part. 1, is it so? And second, how do you ensure that the ladies continue to fight as hard as we are fighting now once our opportunity is bigger and somewhat the standards are lower? Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, and I would like to ask about those standards. What are they based on? Are they based from operation that were 40 years ago? Are they true standard? That's what we need to reflect. What standards are we using, and making sure they are the standards that reflect today's reality, and allow women to break those standards, because they will exceed if we provide them with the opportunity. But confirming that the standard are the right standard for today is absolutely important. In the Canadian Army, we had standards that were based on operation from World War II, or in the Navy on Nelson's work. Let's question these standards. What do we need to achieve? And make sure that we broaden the opportunities as much as we can, and allow women to break those barriers, and show the success. That is absolutely important.
We got 1 more minute.
One more question.
Yes, one more question. Remember, next visit will be very expensive due to the cost of fuel and petrol. So,
I'll take it when it's still free. So I'm Dr. Zeti from Malaysian Armed Forces Health Services. My question is, I'm sure there's a lot of initiative that Canada has done in the initial phase to advance this WPS agenda. Which, in your opinion, is like the smartest move or the smartest initiative?
Yes, that is such, there is so many answers there. I think we open occupation to every occupation are open for women. So women can serve in the combat arms, they can serve as fighter pilots on submarines and everything. So from a broad breadth of employment, women can go anywhere. We also recognize, I think it's really key in our policies and program, some of the barriers from a point of view of advancement for women. Women, again, confronted with different challenges than men, they would get off the train before they could get promoted and achieve. And you need to have leadership. You need to have women present around the table for that perspective, because again, we see the world slightly different, and having women representation across every platform is important. But understanding the policies and the barriers that restrict women going forward is extremely important to allow them to progress. Like Canada we have our first women chief of defense now. I think she's the first chief of defense in the world, but it took 40 years, and she is of a combat engineer background. She joined in 1986. She has 4 children, so she is a mother, she is a spouse, and she's been extremely successful. I'm a maritime helicopter pilot, because at the end of the day, credibility comes also with operational deployment and being around the table. So you kind of need those occupation to be present, to represent, because again, it's a world of operators. I'm sure the Malaysian Army is the same way. So how do you bring those operators, women, to the table, part of the decision process, so that we can influence going forward? So I think that was probably for us the most important decision. I know that it's different for different countries, but how do we improve access for women to reach the highest level is absolutely key. One thing that we realize very fast is also providing safety for women against discrimination, sexual harassment, sexual violence. Absolutely key. In a world where we're a minority, we need to ensure women are protected, okay? And we can't, close our eyes and see that, no, it's not happening here, everything is fine. It is not fine. So we need to ensure that we put in place policies and programs to support women to come and feel free and safe to come forward. It's absolutely key in success and retention of women.
Thank you, General.
So if I may, I would like to summarize a little bit of the key take-home message from General Bugon. You can correct me if I'm wrong, ma'am. Number one, sorry, wrong glasses. That's why I cannot see. I'm too old now. Okay. Number one, women, peace and security agenda is a core driver of military readiness, a capability multiplier rather than just an administrative add-on. That's one. Number two, the concept of inclusion versus integration. That is something new that I learned today, ma'am. Thank you very much. We thought that integration is sufficient, but it's not. You need to have inclusion as well. And number three, this is especially for our guests of honor. Ultimately, gender integration is a commander's responsibility, sir. It enhances operational effectiveness, mitigates risks, strengthens institutional decisions, and elevates international leadership. And before we end, I would like to quote General Bugon's synopsis of her lecture. Advancing WPS initiatives is not women's work, but the professional, strategic, and necessary approach to building stronger, more effective armed forces. It is the right thing to do, the professional thing to do, and the smart thing to do. And with that, we thank you.
Well done.
Okay, ma'am, you can step down and they will give your gift later on. So it's much different from the first two. Sorry, I didn't brief you that. So my mistake. Sorry.
Thank you, sir. We are truly honored to have with us just now a highly esteemed speaker and also the moderator who brings a wealth of experience and insight to the topic just now. And for that experiential journey, especially during the Q&A session just now, ladies and gentlemen, join me in another huge round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to the next segment, I would like to share about an interesting post that I recently came across too. It says that anything men can do, women can do while bleeding, lactating, growing another human being as well as while having horrible cramps. So what I'm trying to say is that women can do it all. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is now our pleasure to invite Yang Berbahagia Brigadier General Dr. Nur Mahaji Samsuri, Chairperson of Mafis 2026, to deliver her opening remarks. Please welcome Yang Berbahagia General.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good morning. Her Excellency Jodie Robinson, High Commissioner of Canada, Your Honorable Chief of Staff of Defence Forces, Malaysian Armed Forces, Lieutenant General Datuk Seri Muhammad Huzaimi bin Sabri, Your Honorable Guest, Lieutenant Colonel James Lex, the Chief of US Military Group, US Embassy, Your Honorable Ms. Carl Krishnan, the Training Manager of US Embassy, distinguished guests, Datuk-Datuk, speakers, moderator, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure to welcome all distinguished guests, speakers, partners, and participants to the Malaysian Armed Forces International Symposium, or in short, Mafis 2026, half under the theme Enhancing Operational Readiness Through Inclusive Leadership, Advancing Women, Peace and Security in Defense Security. This symposium represents a significant step in strengthening the integration of the WPS WPS agenda within the military, the Malaysian Armed Forces and across the wider security sector. This symposium marks an important milestone in our ongoing effort to embed the women, peace and security agenda within defense and security. In increasing complex and evolving security landscape, operational readiness is no longer defined by strength alone, but by our ability to think strategically, lead inclusively, and respond with agility and integrity. The WPS agenda is not solely about women. It is about strengthening the force through inclusive leadership, like Lieutenant General Liz Bugon just said just now. It's also a professional excellence and a deeper understanding of the environment in which we operate. By ensuring meaningful participation, fostering a culture of respect and accountability, and integrating diverse perspective into decision making, we enhance institutional effectiveness and mission success. Mafis 2026 provide a platform for constructive dialogue, knowledge exchange and collaboration among military leaders, policymakers, academics, and international partners. It reflects our shared commitment to build a force that is not only prepared to meet evolving threats, but also capable of contributing to sustainable peace and security. I wish to express my sincere appreciation to the leadership of the Malaysian Armed Forces, the organizing committee, our sponsors, there is Directorate Military Training and Cooperation Canada, Kingston Leadership Team Incorporation, whose dedication and professionalism have made this symposium possible. Your commitment embodies that the very spirit of WPS through collaboration, leadership, and shared responsibility. I hope this symposium do not end here. Let us translate to policy, action, and strengthen partnership, and also contribute to the development of a more inclusive, professional, and resilient Malaysian Armed Forces. With that, thank you.
Thank you, Brigadier General, for your address just now. Ladies and gentlemen, Mafis 2026 is proud to reflect the growing collaboration between Malaysia and Canada in women, peace and security training and capacity development. This partnership is supported by the Canada through the Directorate of Military Training and Cooperation, or DMTC, with Kingston Leadership Team, KLT, contributing as a training and implementation partner. It is now our honor to welcome Her Excellency Jodie Robinson, High Commissioner for Canada in Malaysia, to stage to deliver her welcome address. Please welcome, Your Excellency.
Hello, good morning. Selamat pagi. Lieutenant General Dato Seri Huzani, Malaysian Armed Forces Chief of Staff. Lieutenant General Dato Karul Anwar, Commander of Army Field Command West. Lieutenant General Dato Kwira Arman Ramazi, Vice Chancellor of the Defense University. Lieutenant General Lise Bourgon, Canadian Armed Forces. And Brigadier General Norma Beati Samsore, Chairwoman of Women's Development Committee. Distinguished guests and speakers. It's a privilege to join you here today as we mark the Malaysian Armed Forces' continued efforts to advance women, peace, and security agenda. Stability in the Indo-Pacific is fundamental to global security. Canada recognizes the importance of engaging as a regional security partner to safeguard our shared interests. The Canadian Armed Forces contribute to regional stability through national and multinational operations, expanded participation in exercises, and an enhanced forward presence. Canada also supports a rules-based international order, including the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, and works closely with partners to strengthen societal resilience against emerging disruptions and shocks. Through Canada's Indo-Pacific strategy, our strategic partnership with ASEAN, and our longstanding commitment to the WPS agenda since the adoption of the UN Security Council Resolution 1325 in 2000, Canada continues to build partnerships that recognize women as essential contributors to peace and security. This includes initiatives such as the ELSI Initiative for Women in Peace Operations, which supports the meaningful participation of uniformed women in police and military roles, including in leadership positions. Women play indispensable roles across the security continuum, negotiating ceasefires, delivering humanitarian assistance, strengthening community resilience, and responding to complex threats, which we see more and more today. Evidence highlighted by the United Nations shows that when women participate in peace processes, agreements are more likely to endure, as their perspectives help address root causes of conflict and community needs. And this makes sense. 50% of a community are women. You need the perspectives of everyone, not just of men. Conflicts affect men and women differently, as we heard, with women disproportionately impacted by displacement and sexual violence. Meaningful participation in decision-making ensures these realities are recognized and addressed. Canada was proud to support ASEAN in the development of its regional plan of action on WPS and remains engaged with member states. We also commend Malaysia on the adoption of its first national plan on women, peace, and security last year. And I just want to say, we've commented a lot that it took Canada 40 years and we're still working on it. That doesn't mean Malaysia needs to take 40 years. What it means is learn from our mistakes, understand what we did wrong and what we've done right. And I want to see Malaysia beat the 40 years, more than cut it in half. You can do this and you can prove that Canada, that there's another path to take. Inclusion does not happen automatically. Structural barriers still prevent many women from participating in peace and security decision-making, which is why participation must be actively supported and protected. As recognized by the United Nations through Resolution 1325, excluding women makes peace processes less representative and less effective. Inclusion is not about preference. It is about delivering durable and credible outcomes. Integrating women's perspectives strengthens security outcomes and institutional effectiveness. Inclusive approaches enhance decision-making and operational performance, translating WPS principles into concrete practice, which becomes the norm that's no longer questioned. Building on ASEAN's commitment to gender equality and Malaysia's National Action Plan on WPS, the Malaysian Armed Forces are advancing efforts to embed WPS principles into leadership, professional development, and institutional values. And as will be highlighted today, the Canadian Armed Forces experience, guided by the third iteration of Canada's WPS National Action Plan released in 2023, demonstrates clear institutional and operational benefits, which I hope at the end of this course, you too will understand the importance of WPS. Canada's Women, Peace and Security collaboration with Malaysia already includes gender integration and inclusion training and participation in the Malaysian Armed Force WPS seminar in 2023. But building on this foundation, the Kingston Leadership Team's WPS Focus program continues this cooperation through targeted training, senior leadership engagement, and the sharing of best practices to support Malaysia's successful implementation of its plan. In today's world, we need our society to be ready. The military plays a huge role in that. But to be ready means we need perspectives from all aspects of society. It no longer makes sense to have men have the burden and responsibility to represent all perspectives. Women are able, capable, and want to come to the table to bring their perspectives, to fight for their country, or to bring peace to another. We are all in this world together, and we want to contribute what we have, our strengths together, to ensure a lasting peace that endures and represents everybody. So if I could say one thing, take these 2 days, learn from each other, actively listen to one another. And to the command team, it's about change management. It's a huge responsibility. It takes time. It takes patience, perseverance, but we can get there together. And we're happy to continue to work with you on this. Thank you very much, Salamat. Fantastic.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in conjunction with Mafis 2026, we would like to take a special moment to express our sincere appreciation to the U.S. Embassy Kuala Lumpur for its valuable support towards the development of the Women, Peace and Security Malaysian cohort.
Through a special arrangement, this cohort was established to support the development of Malaysia's National Action Plan on Women, Peace and Security, and with the extensive guidance and mentorship from the Daniel K. Inouye Asia Pacific Center for Security Studies, or APCSS, and the US Indo-PACOM, this important initiative was successfully completed.
This collaboration made a meaningful contribution to the development of Malaysian National Action Plan on Women, Peace and Security, which was officially launched in September 2025. To mark this occasion, we would now like to invite Colonel Sukdev Purwal, Army Attaché U.S. Embassy Kuala Lumpur, to deliver his remarks. Please welcome, sir.
Dr. Shri Hussaimi, Her Excellency Jodie Robinson, General Lisa Burgan, Dr. Norma, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Selamat Pagi, Assalamu Alaikum, and as representative of APCSS and US Indo-PACOM, Aloha. So really great thanks to the Kingston leadership team and the Malaysian Armed Forces for giving us this opportunity to recognize our newest APCSS fellows. So I just want to talk a few minutes about what APCS is and what these fellows accomplished before we recognize their achievements. APCSS is the Asia Pacific Center for Security Studies, as our MC said. Founded in 1995, it is a U.S. Department of War Regional Institute for Security Studies. Its mission is to build and strengthen a networked architecture of security professionals, both military and civilian, to promote regional stability and foster shared understanding. In 31 years, APCSS has over 16,000 alumni, including, believe it or not, 8 prime ministers, over 150 ministers and deputy ministers, and over 50 chiefs of defense force. Malaysia is among these distinguished alumni, having over 500 graduates from APCSS. Among the Malaysian graduates include multiple ambassadors, as well as heads of military services in the Coast Guard. Our distinguished APCS fellows today, that we recognize today, graduated from the Comprehensive Security Cooperation course in 2024. And at that course, they pledged, as we've heard multiple times today, to develop the National Action Plan on WPS. And within 18 months, they did that. That's an amazing achievement, to get cabinet approval, interagency collaboration, to publish this document, as our distinguished speaker says, to become part of over 100 nations with a NAP on WPS. So within the APSS alumni, this is even a greater achievement, because when we look at it, only 25 to 30% of graduates of those 16,000 alumni that I just spoke about actually achieve this conclusion of the Fellows Project. And APSS recognizes the graduation or the fellowship usually with a certificate, as well as what we call the La'u Lima lanyard. Unfortunately, the La'u Lima lanyard is in shipment right now, so we'll pass that on to our distinguished fellows at a later date. But I think it's important to recognize why this lanyard is bestowed upon APCSS fellows. In Hawaiian, La'u Lima means many hands. And APSS bestows this lanyard because completion of a fellowship often means working together as an interagency team to fulfill a requirement for the host nation or for the region that requires teamwork. And the Lau Lima in Hawaiian actually means many hands and embodies the core principles in Hawaii of cooperation, teamwork, and unity, and ultimately reflects the philosophy that when people work together, no task or no mission is too large. So thank you so much again for giving us this opportunity, and now we'd like to recognize our APSS fellows.
Thank you, sir. May we kindly request for you to remain on stage for the next agenda. And today, ladies and gentlemen, we are proud to recognize the dedication, hard work, and meaningful contribution of the fellows who played an important role in this national effort.
May we respectfully invite Lieutenant Colonel James Lax, Chief of U.S. Military Group Malaysia, to kindly come on stage. Please welcome.
For gracing the APCSS Fellow Gradation Ceremony just now. Ladies and gentlemen, to now proceed with our program, may I respectfully invite the Chairperson of Mafis 2026 to kindly accompany the Chief of Staff of the Malaysian Armed Forces Headquarters to officiate the opening of Mafis 2026. Please welcome Yang Berbahagia Datuk Seri.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, all praise be to Allah, Lord of the worlds. Her Excellency Jody Robinson, High Commissioner of Canada, Colonel Sukdev Purwal, Army Attaché of the United States Embassy Kuala Lumpur, Dato', distinguished guests, speakers, and moderators, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And very good morning and selamat pagi. I don't think now is morning. It's coming to noon. It's a great pleasure to welcome all our distinguished guests and participants to the Malaysian Armed Forces International Symposium, Mafis 2026, Enhancing Operational Readiness through Inclusive Leadership, Advance Women, Peace and Security in Defense and Security. Your presence portrays the partnership and commitment that drive our work. We do hope this symposium inspire you and leads to productive outcome. I take this opportunity to express my great appreciation to our international partners, Directorate Military Training and Cooperation, Kingston Leadership Team from Canada for sponsoring this program. Please give us last. Okay, big round of applause. Okay. Thank you, Canada. We are honored that the fellow speakers and moderators will define several issues or topics with regard to the Women, Peace and Security, or WPS, in this symposium. This topic will set the tone for discussion throughout our 2 days program. Hillary Clinton once remarked, quoted, "I have always believed that women are not victims. We are agents of change. We are drivers of progress. We are makers of peace. All we need is a fighting chance," unquote. This quote reflects her firm belief that women should not be defined by the obstacle they face, but by the impact they can create. By rejecting the idea of women as victims, she shifts the focus towards strength, responsibility, and leadership. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, today's symposium, also known as Mafis 2026, focusing on enhancing operational readiness through advancing WPS in defense and security. It plays a significant role that brings together those who shape, lead, plan, and operate. In this sense, the value of this engagement depends in the exchange of perspective that streamline on how we think, decide, and act as a professional and credible forces. Today, the WPS agenda has reached a critical breakdown or breakthrough moment. The evolution is no longer just about adding women to existing structures. It is about a fundamental shift in how we define and defend security in a fragmented world. The WPS has undergone significant evolution. In the early 2000s, WPS was often treated as a soft or humanitarian add-on. Today, it is increasingly viewed as a core operational requirement. From representation to operational necessity, it has evolved beyond physical battlefield to address digital security. For Malaysia, the evolution of the WPS agenda has moved from discrete participation to becoming a cornerstone of national defense strategy. The most significant evolution leap occurred in September last year with the launch of Malaysia's first National Action Plan on Women, Peace and Security. Unlike previous efforts that were siloed in the Ministry of Women, Family and Community Development, the National Action Plan was co-developed with MINDEF and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Indeed, we, the Malaysian Armed Forces, is at the forefront of operationalizing the National Action Plan on WPS. For the Malaysian Armed Forces, readiness is not defined by operational capability alone. Instead, it is reflected in the quality of our leadership, the strength of our values, and the discipline in execution of our responsibilities. It's called for commanders who are not only tactically proficient, but also capable of integrating different perspectives into decision-making processes that are timely, balanced, and mission-focused. In this context, the WPS agenda contributes directly to strengthening this foundation. Significantly, the role of women in the Malaysian Armed Forces continues to expand in both scope and responsibility, in which their contribution forms part of how we build capability, reinforce leadership, and sustain operational effectiveness. There is a concerted effort to increase the percentage of female officers in command and staff roles. This evolution aims to move beyond women in admin or medical corps into a strategic combat support and intelligence position. Malaysia's peacekeeping contribution are the crown jewel of its WPS evolution. Malaysia currently deploy one of the largest contingents of women peacekeepers in UNIFIL, Lebanon. WPS also is being applied to Malaysia's most pressing international security challenges, especially in Mutua. The female Malaysian Armed Forces personnel are increasingly leading civic teams that interact with local communities. In cyber defense, the Malaysian Armed Forces Cyber and Electromagnetic Command is actively recruiting and promoting female technical experts. For today, we can witness Colonel Liza binti Syakiran of Malaysian Army is a Directorate Senior Director of Cyber and Electromagnetic Capability. I think she is here. Where is she? Colonel Liza. Thus, when WPS properly integrated, it will subsequently streamline our ability to understand the operating environments, improve engagement with communities, and enhance the credibility of our presence in both domestic and international mission. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, to the senior leaders that present today, please remember WPS is command function or commander's responsibility as said by the Lieutenant General Lisa. The responsibility to advance this agenda rests at the level of command. And the integration of WPS must be reflected not only in policy, but in training, doctrine, operational planning, and leadership development. Across all services, it requires deliberate effort to ensure that our system, structures, and practices are aligned with the demands of a modern and professional force. This is not about changing what we stand for. It is about strengthening how we deliver. It is about ensuring that every member of the forces is developed, empowered, and positioned to contribute effectively to mission success. As commanders, we set the tone. Our direction, our expectation, and our example will determine how this agenda is understood and implemented across the force. The Malaysian Armed Forces remain committed to building a force that is anchored in integrity, guided by sound governance, and prepared to meet future demands with confidence and clarity. The WPS agenda supports this direction by reinforcing professionalism, accountability, and inclusivity as essential component of operational readiness. Thus, it is my hope that the engagement throughout this symposium will lead to practical outcome, strengthen professional linkages, and contribute to clearer direction on how we integrate WPS. Now, how we make it inclusive of WPS into our force development, training, and operational practically. Let this not remain as discussion alone. Instead, translate into deliberate action at every level of command. The current war between Iran and Israel offered a real-time case study for the WPS framework. Looking through 4 pillars: participation, protection, prevention, and relief, the situation really revealed both the inconsistent vulnerabilities women face and their sideline role in high-level diplomacy. We can see that while the military headlines focus on missile system, focus on air defense system, UAVs, and so on, the WPS lens reveal a deeper crisis of displacement, health risks, and the systematic silencing of the very women who were recently at the forefront of social reform in the region. In the Ukraine-Russia war, WPS agenda is currently facing a triple crisis: escalating violence, crippling energy attack, and a sudden collapse in international funding for women-led organizations. Ukraine has seen a historic shift in women's participation in security sector. As of March 2026, over 75,000 women serve in the armed forces of Ukraine, a significant jump from 67,000 last year. More than 5,500 women are currently deployed in active frontline combat roles. The Ukraine conflict has proven that women are operational assets in modern warfare. Yet, the WPS agenda remains fragile because it's still treated as supplementary rather than core to the survival of the state. Therefore, I strongly suggest that please use this medium, this symposium, to discuss and explore deeper the WPS issues in this conflict. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, before I end my speech, my appreciation goes to the organizing teamwork led by Brigadier Norma, particularly the Malaysian Armed Forces Women Development Committee, for their unwavering commitment in bringing this symposium together. Their efforts reflected the dedication required to move the agenda forward in a meaningful and structured manner. Last but not least, I do hope that all participants will grasp a meaningful and significant symposium. To our international fellow, we do hope that you have time to explore our Malaysia beautiful and attractive places during your stay. With that, on behalf of the Chief of Defence Force, I hereby declare the Malaysian Armed Forces International Symposium 2026, Enhancing Operational Readiness Through Inclusive Leadership, Advancing Women, Peace and Security in Defence and Security, is open. Thank you. Wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Honorable Dato' Sri. May I kindly invite Honorable Dato' Sri to proceed to the center of the stage.
And to join in this joyous occasion, we also would like to invite Her Excellency Jodie Robinson, High Commissioner of Canada in Malaysia, and also Lieutenant General Liz Bourgon, former Canadian Armed Forces champion of WPS, to join the stage. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's come with me. The countdown
Ladies and gentlemen, we are thrilled to officially set about Mafis 2026. Thank you once again, Berbagai Dato' Sri, for officiating the symposium.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now would like to invite Yang Berbahagia Datuk Seri to present a memento to our distinguished guests. Hold on just for a bit. Very well. Now first up, please welcome Her Excellency Jodie Robinson, High Commissioner of Canada in Malaysia.
Chairman of Mafis 2026, to present the mantle to the Chief of Staff of the Malaysian Armed Forces Headquarters.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before we adjourn for lunch afterwards, allow me to invite everyone to stand up, come to the center of the ballroom for us to take a group photography session. Right? Stand by. Please move closer to the center so that we don't have a... Okay. Cameraman will be on standby. Ashikin, yours. Request that all guests to reconvene in this ballroom at 15 under hours for the continuation of our program for today. Thank you.